What did I say at the beginning? Is it hello, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking. Show where I walk and talk. This is fun. I feel found. I found myself. Just now. I feel found. I feel as if I know where I am. I just say this with the memory of the moment before I turned on the camera. And I was thinking to myself, I feel out of sorts. I feel mentally distracted. Earworms running through my head. Pop songs that I listen to on the radio. Online shopping. Images flashing. Sparking desire. Winter clothes. Fashionable winter clothes. But here I am, feeling as if I were fulfilling my telos. But not still like a ball that is rolled around until it found a ditch. But like water that keeps going, keeps moving down. Water in a stream. It's like always fulfilling its telos. I felt a little cold before, but now I guess I still feel that, but I feel bundled up enough. I feel cozy. I feel cozy inside this shell. But also, like I'm inhabiting something other than my body. I feel, I can't, fingertips, face, a little cold, fingertips, probably gonna get a little numb, because they do that easily. But feel like I'm inhabiting something else also that can't get cold. That can't get cold. Man, if I weren't walking and talking, I'd just be inside, not experiencing this weather. I would feel slightly afraid of outside. Maybe I am still out of sorts. Online shopping flashing through my head. Hats, parkas, sweaters, wool socks, boots, distressed jeans. Balaclavas. Earworms. Driving in the car a long distance and just putting it on scan, putting the radio on scan, scanning FM and leaving it on scan for hours. Just about 3 seconds of each station, then it switches to the next. No need to listen to anything for any longer than 3 seconds. Just you get a whole survey, you get a survey of the whole FM dial. Keeps you jumping. Doesn't let you indulge too much in any one emotional experience. But is my attention now going to be like this? Is my attention span gonna now be like jumping from one thing to the next every 3 seconds? No, it's okay. I think there is some continuity here. But why is that even important? When I say continuity, it feels more fun to let go of that kind of thinking. The kind of thinking that even has any kind of concern about continuity. Know what I'm saying? I'm hearing myself. I hear me. I witness my persona. I let go of the urge to become immediately disgusted with it. That is the temptation to get disgusted with my persona. It's still here. I don't know if that's a proper temptation. Maybe I am out of sorts. Maybe I am out of sorts. And I think about strategies to get myself grounded, so to speak. And then I question, what is this groundedness apart from what's going on now? What's wrong with what's going on now? Is there anything? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yes and no. My thoughts about particularly intelligent people and what their reaction would be. Particular intelligent people. What would they think? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Here I am. Under your gaze. Under the gaze of God. You. Your omnipresent eye beholds me. And it beholds a lot of other stuff too. It's you! It's me! It's me! And it's you! I wish it was still snowing. Every component of my experience now, every component of my experience seems performative. The way that I walk, even feeling my body feels performative. In a way that makes me disidentify with it. am I? I want to say that I'm out here. I'm up here. I kind of feel like I'm up here somewhere. Like at a sort of 45-degree angle above and behind my body. But not really in 3 dimensions, but not in 4 dimensions, but in another fifth dimension. Like sort of some equivalent of a 45-degree angle above and behind my body, maybe about 3 feet or so, 4 feet. But you have to try to imagine that in like a 4th spatial dimension. I said the 5th dimension because I was counting time as a dimension, but we'll just call it a 4th spatial dimension. Where to go? This is where we make the decision of whether to go in the woods.
Service to site as marked.
Or along the river. Like, it seems like we're going along the river. Which also means we get to enjoy some more of the developed landscape for a while. Actually, for most of the time. We'll get to enjoy the sights and sounds of automobiles and retail stores. And it's the buzzing vibrancy of a city. It'll be infusing our energy level. I can't quite describe this as hustle and bustle because there's nobody actually outside of their car. Other than the rare jogger or walker. But, you know, it's not really hustle and bustle. But there's a certain kind of energy going on here. There's a certain kind of thermodynamic, you know, increase of entropy happening at a higher rate here than if we were in the woods around us, you know? People helping the automobiles fulfill their telos of turning fossil fuel into heat energy. It's what cars are love to do. They're like fulfilling their life's purpose, and we are aiding in that. That's our purpose, you know. Our purpose in this world is to help machines convert the potential energy stored in fossil fuels into a low-grade, unusable energy. I say unusable in scare quotes because, you know, that's the anthropocentric point of view and the biocentric point of view, which we really ought to overcome. We really ought to let go of all this centrism, biocentrism, anthropocentrism. Or do we? Or should we not? Yes and no. Yes and no. On one hand, we really must recognize that everything in existence, including inanimate matter, straight up atoms with nothing else, are indeed still manifestations of the divine just as much as anything else. But that on the other side of that token, indeed also life forms, human life, thought, perception, conception, all of this stuff indeed also has, you know, an irrefutable quality, and it's an irrefutable phenomenon. It's not just emergent phenomenon. It is emergent phenomenon, but it's also its own thing that is indeed remarkable and is a thing that just inanimate matter is not. And yes, on one hand, it could be explained, I think, it could be totally explained away in thermodynamic terms as all sort of subservient to the increase of entropy. And what we are is just a very well adapted mechanism for the unique circumstance that we are in on this planet. You know, this planet that developed an atmosphere at one point in time and thus kept accumulating this energy that was streaming in from the sun. It developed this ocean that developed a certain kind of chemistry that had all this potential energy in it, you know. All this potential for a chemical reaction that was building up, and it just had to be catalyzed by some early, you know, molecule that resembled like an amino acid or a strand of RNA or whatever. An early molecule that just happened to form in the right configuration to replicate itself as a sort of catalyst of this chemical, you know, potential energy that had built up in the chemistry of the ocean, the early ocean. Then we had life, what we can start identifying as life. But the line is fuzzy, is what I'm saying. The line is so fuzzy as to be non-existent if you actually look for it. Hey, another one of these things. I keep finding these like various drawstring bags. I'd like to keep that, but I'll leave it there for now and get it when I come back. I should put it somewhere. I should make it kind of visible so that either I see it or somebody else who really wants it sees it. See how generous I am? You know, life, and then it led all the way up to, then, you know, then all this, at some point we got to the point of there being moss, and lots of moss, so much moss. Moss on top of moss. Thick lit, you know, peat bogs. Moss on top of moss, and it compounded, and eventually it got buried deep within the earth, that moss, and pressurized. You know, and other stuff there, like, you know, we kind of imagine fossil fuel to be made out of dinosaurs who died and, I don't know, rotted. But sure, there's probably a few dinosaurs in there, but really a lot of it's moss, I think. I'm pretty sure about this. I think it's mostly moss. Moss upon moss upon moss, getting compressed, going deep into the earth, turning into oil and coal. You know, it's just all, you know, all this solar energy stored there. And you know, the coal, the oil and the coal, the fossil fuel, it's a really concentrated amount of energy, and it's, you know, it's a lot of energy embodied in a small amount of oil or coal. And it's all the chemistry of it. You know? It's like electromagnetic radiation captured by a plant, converted by a plant into carbon. Carbon molecules. I'm confused. Because all the atoms had to, you know, all the individual atoms had to already be present on the Earth, on the planet, right? All the individual atoms on the planet were already present before any life started. Aside from the occasional asteroid, we're all just made up from the same atoms that were on the Earth before life existed. But, you know, then this electromagnetic radiation continuing to accumulate in this planet that had an atmosphere that was like holding some of that energy in. And an ocean to hold that energy in. And then, you know, some early life forms on land, like moss, got really good at taking these electromagnetic waves that kept coming in, and, you know, and then just arranging atoms and molecules in a way to store that energy. That's basically what moss is. You know, moss is, and all these life forms are in fact just a kind of material expression of the energy present. Like, so before fossil fuels began to accumulate, all life forms were a material expression of the solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere and striking the surface. And it's like that energy has to go somewhere, you know? The law of entropy, it has to be dispersed somehow. And we've proven now that life is the most efficient physical mechanism for dispersing energy. That is, life aids with the increase of entropy. I mean, think about it as a person. Like, what are you doing in this world if not increasing entropy around you? Every single life function that we have increases entropy. I mean, even if you're like, no, I clean my room and that decreases entropy. Or like, I go to work and I organize things, and that decreases entropy. I mean, no, in the local sense, yeah. In the immediate localized sense, sure, cleaning your room decreases entropy. But in the larger sense, like if you take into account how that connects with the world at large, it's generally increasing entropy. Because what kind of any kind of commercial, industrial activity that we're involved in, any consumerism, production, whatever, ultimately is increasing energy. When you think about the source material going through this process of human use into waste material, and source energy going through human process becoming a form of unusable energy. Now, entropy itself is in fact an anthropocentric concept that I will dispel a little bit later. But where were we? We were talking about moss. Moss is just a one manifestation of electromagnetic radiation striking this carbon-rich planet, turning into moss upon moss, compressing moss, turning into fossil fuel, going down in the earth. And then more complex life forms, like motile life forms, like animals, not all animals, come about to further aid this dispersal of energy by doing stuff like eating plants, thereby temporarily incorporating their potential energy stored in the chemistry of these carbon molecules, incorporating that into their own body, and then which moves around, generates heat through its metabolism. It's just converting that stuff back into heat. That's like you and me. We eat plants and stuff made from plants, like animals. We eat animals which are made from plants. And then we just radiate that heat. Which if you've ever cuddled with someone before, that they're just, all they are is radiating heat. That you'll experience the difference between sleeping in bed alone and cuddling with someone. That's just That's evidence, irrefutable evidence of humans, one of humans' most minor roles in aiding the thermodynamic arrow of time. But we have a much more important role than merely radiating our mammalian heat. Vis-a-vis something called the Industrial Revolution. Where, from one perspective, we became able to utilize this incredible energy resource called fossil fuel via combustion, internal combustion engines, trains, planes, and automobiles. From the human-centric perspective, this aided the spread of our civilization magnificently, and population exploded. You know, you and I are, if nothing else, completely indebted to fossil fuel. We're like essentially made of fossil fuel. Think of all the fossil fuel based fertilizers that grew the corn and soybeans to make the cows, to make the hamburgers that make up you and I. But you know, even if you're a vegetarian, it's like the entire population explosion was due in large part to first agriculture and then industrial revolution. Everything we know and love can be traced back to that. Well, it can be traced back to the beginning of time if you want. But what I'm saying about the Industrial Revolution, the important point is that it began the rapid dispersal of the immense amounts of potential energy stored in fossil fuel beneath the surface of the earth. If you wanted to think of a way to disperse all that energy down there, you know, all those oil reserves and coal veins, what better method could you think of than just making a network of these roads in which, you know, a network of pathways all over the earth in which trains, planes, and automobiles can travel. And in the traveling process is essentially combusting this fuel, this stored up energy, and turning it into heat, as well as, you know, carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, and some other gases, and just spreading it, dispersing it all over the earth into the atmosphere. You know, you gotta let that energy out. You know, if you have energy, like if you have some kind of energy that's stuck inside of you, you gotta let it flow. You gotta let it out. Eventually, you know, you can't keep it inside forever. And that's like the earth. Like the earth had to let it out somehow. And it found the Industrial Revolution, aided by these intelligent Homo sapiens, to express that energy, in an incredibly unique and novel form. Where was I going with all of this? Oh yeah, that basically, you know, if you look at the sort of thermodynamic function of your life, the most significant component of that is most likely, in many cases, not just your eating and radiating heat from your body, but it's aiding the machines, you know, driving a car, buying gas, driving a car, buying a plane ticket, getting on the train, getting on the bus, fixing cars, building cars, building the computers that coordinate the movement of the cars. All this stuff. Buying stuff so that there's a reason for trucks to drive around and transport things. Everything in your life could be seen as in some way aiding the combustion of fossil fuel. Aside from like some hypothetical extreme case where of like, you know, an entirely off-grid self-sufficient sort of livelihood, but even still that's sort of going back to utilizing solar energy in a more direct form than through the storage mechanism of fossil fuel. Like if you're using solar panels for electricity, or if you're not even using electricity at all, but you're doing, you know, some kind of self-sufficient agriculture or something, you're still using solar energy in one form or another. That's like no living being on the planet can really get away from that. Well, except maybe there's deep sea tube worms and some of those other, and a few other forms of life that solely subsist on geothermal energy that's, you know, coming deep from the core of the earth. And so that's interesting. That's kind of like a life form that's mainly, you know, just that is mainly a dispersal of geological energy as opposed to solar, and that's interesting. But like that's sort of like going further back towards the formation of the solar system. You know, because the Earth is made essentially of the same stuff that the Sun was made of, just kind of like it sort of conglomerated in a smaller hunk of stuff, so that it wasn't enough mass to form into a star, but it formed into a planet instead. But it still had, you know, still radiating some of that initial energy from the birth of the solar system within our fiery core, still coming out and in some places turning into tube worms and things like that. Boy, I gotta whiz But I'm still in this like, ooh, I gotta whiz really bad. But I'm in a kind of public place. Gonna have to hold off for a little bit, I think. You know. So here's our civilization, and then in addition to the Industrial Revolution, more recently we've had this technological revolution, the informational revolution. How does that fit in? How does all this informational stuff fit in? Because the explosion of digital information now doesn't seem to depend. The amount has, you could say, been, the amount of information now has been sort of decoupled with the expenditure of fossil fuels. That is, like, advances in computing nowadays aren't necessarily using a proportionally larger amount of energy to achieve larger quantities and speeds of computing. And I've heard someone say that this informational technological communications revolution that we're experiencing benefits our quality of life in a way that's disproportionately larger than the amount of energy consumed and the amount of resources consumed in general. Which seems pretty true to me. I mean, look at like I don't have to consume much resources at all to have an enormous source of information and learning and enrichment just from the internet. I can learn all sorts of things to keep me healthy and happy just from the internet. Just useful things, you know? If I want to figure out how to repair something, there's probably a YouTube video for that. There's something weird going on with my body. I'll look it up on the internet. But where was I going with all of this, you know? Well, what was I talking about before? I was talking about, I went back to I started out with boy, this having to pee really bad is pretty distracting. I was talking about life and inanimate matter, but it seems like even before that there was something. I'm trying to trace back my entire train of thought to close to the beginning of this video. And I remember when I was talking about feeling like I was back here, like put my hood on so I can try to remember that more. You know, having this hood on is an interesting experience because, and also if I put my hat down here and my hood like this, it's kind of interesting because it has this effect of sort of framing my field of vision, because I can see the sides of my hood and the bottom of my hat in my peripheral vision, and so it frames my field of vision a little bit in slightly narrower than I'm used to. I'm used to just a frame that's enclosed by what, like the edges of my face and the side of my nose. You can see the side of my nose. And if I do this, I can see my cheeks or something. Or is it just my eyelids? I'm not sure. But doing this and seeing the sides of my hood and the bottom of my hat framing my field of vision kind of has this effect of reminding me what is it? Reminding me of the conduit of visual information entering me. But then it calls attention to that conduit, that exchange of visual information, of light and my brain, and calling attention to that conduit makes me feel less individuated from the rest of the world in a way that is kind of nice. That is not like a me and a rest of the world, a me that experiences the rest of the world, but like mainly just like the existence of experience, and what I would call the rest of the world is just like one end of that experience, and what I would call me is just the other end of that experience. But then I can also just kind of like experience as one thing and not a conduit between two things, because those two things are just sort of like outside edges of something. I don't know, like a telescope or something, but actually the outside world is just the surface of the outside lens, and me is merely the surface of the eyepiece, but what actually exists is just the telescope itself. So what actually exists is just experience itself. And I say that, but look, and then you're like, but what about me? Well, what about you? Isn't it the same? Are you really, is that really you experiencing me? experiencing a representation of me on the computer screen, which is within, you know, inside your field of vision, inside your larger field of vision. A computer, me inside a computer screen, inside a room, most likely, or if you happen to be outside watching this on some mobile device, then inside a world. Is it really you? Is it really you and really me? Or is there just experience here? Is there just an experience going on? And the you and me are just kind of like paintings on the outside, on either side. Paintings on either side of experience. I gotta whiz like a Khalifa. Hey, there's a spaghetti squash here. Cracked open. What gives? Can't concentrate on anything else until I find a spot to whiz. You know, something like this, a disequilibrium of the body, that is, for example, having to whiz, there being pressure buildup. That's a thing that tends to have me identify more with my body. I'm in my body. I feel, you know, locked in the body to some extent because of this discomfort. But I'm not totally. I can also experience this discomfort of the body within something else. I think. Am I just making all of this up? Am I just, you know, is this all just ideas? Is it real? Is it really real? Or am I just kind of like imaginatively reframing the experience of being a person? See, now I'm underneath the watchful gaze of these condos. If I go on that side of the tree, then I'm liable to be seen by some condo dweller, and if I'm on this side of the stream, I'm liable to be seen by some jogger. The dictates of polite society are not my friend at the moment. This hillside prevents me from, you know, getting to anywhere unseen. This winter, the absence of leaves, the absence of foliage. Foliage to hide me. Foliage to hide my whizzing. all these circumstances converging to make this particular segment of walking and talking be more focused on the body than it might otherwise be. I guess there's not a lot of people out. There's not too many. I don't see any joggers. Let me sit you down in a nice spot, and I'll be right back. Ah, so much better. What relief. I feel like the earth, after having expelled its buildup of fossil fuel via the urethra of offshore oil drills. Know what I'm saying? But you know, I was explaining the existence of biological life, including human life, in terms of thermodynamics and the way that entropy increases. And I said back there that entropy is in fact a human concept. It's an anthropocentric concept. It's sort of an artifact of our mode of consciousness, which I'll try to explain, and also explaining human life in terms of thermodynamics, physics basically, also would not seem to explain the phenomenon of consciousness itself, which is, you know, a fundamentally important aspect of existence at all, reality at all. And so, you know, because one could imagine this thermodynamic process playing out without consciousness existing. You know, there would, like, if everything that we are doing, if our whole lives are merely this catalytic chemical reaction, that could happen without the phenomenon of, without consciousness, right? Without there being an interior experiencer, without there being an experience at all, right? We can imagine that. So let's try and think about where consciousness fits into all this, and also how this idea of entropy is in fact a sort of artifact of consciousness, as opposed to something that exists in a more objective scientific materialist sense. Okay? So where to begin here? Where to begin? Let's start with the easier problem here. The easier problem is the one about entropy. So entropy is the amount of order or disorder present in any system or world or universe or whatever scope you are looking at. And the law of increasing entropy would dictate the sort of thing where like if you have a hot cup of coffee in a cold room, eventually the temperature of the cup of coffee is going to drop until it equalizes with the temperature of the room. That is, the heat energy of the cup of coffee will disperse into the air surrounding it until it reaches an equilibrium, until they are the same temperature. Now, is that more disorder or more order? The thing is that order and disorder depend on perception. They depend on actually a human perception, or maybe another animals could perceive order and disorder as well. But it depends on observation and perception, and maybe even conception. And it depends on the scale that you are looking at. It depends on the scale. So let's say you are looking at an object. Let's say, for example, a chalkboard. You're just looking at a blank chalkboard, and it looks like a monolithic slab, you know, monolithic, one rock that's uniform. One part looks the same as any other part. It's uniform. It seems highly ordered. It seems, you know, like total order, no variety, no information. But if you zoomed in on any single part of the chalkboard, enough to where you could see the molecules, or you could start to see the granularity of the substance that it's made out of, then you would begin to make out information. You could make out forms. You could make out variety. You could distinguish individual grains of that material. So like maybe even a better example would be like a slab of granite. That's a great example. If you looked at a slab of granite from far away, you perceive one thing of one color. You perceive a slab and you see it as a color. And then as you start to get closer to it, you would be able to start distinguishing little speckles of different colors in the granite, little shapes. But you would still see, even if you could make out speckles, you would still be perceiving a relative uniformity of the distribution of those speckles across the slab. You know what I'm saying? Like you could look at the granite and say that it is speckled without actually taking in like all the information of like where every single individual speckle lies and how big each individual speckle is, all of that. You just kind of perceive on a sort of larger scale of it being speckled, which is in fact it's a larger, let's see, yeah, it's a coarser grained sort of observation and percept than, say, viewing individual speckles, but it's also a finer grained percept than when you were farther away and just seeing the slab as one color. You know what I'm saying? Like you're farther away, you see a slab of granite and you say it's pink. That's sort of like the most coarse-grained perception, and then you walk closer to it and then you start to see, in fact, there are light pink and dark pink speckles and also some black speckles all over it. That's a slightly finer grained perception. And then if you get your face really close and you're just looking at one section of it, it would be something you could observe something much more complex on that level of saying, for example, there's a chunk of a black mineral right here, and there's a chunk of a dark red mineral here, and then there's like a seam of like something that looks like quartz going diagonally through it, and then that's all embedded in sort of a pink colored mineral. And then you could start to, you know, describe this one small area in much greater detail and with much, you know, like much more information, you could say. And so this slab of granite can be perceived and described at all these varying levels of what we could say, you know, uniformity or variety or simplicity and complexity. Or you can extend that to order and chaos. It depends at the scale that you're looking at. If you look at human societies at war, you could say this is chaos. And then you could zoom out to where you're just seeing the planet, and then you don't perceive that chaos. But you would perceive then the sort of irregularity of the shapes of our continents and oceans, and the moving weather patterns above them. And then if you zoom out further, that would start to be indistinguishable, and you just see this blue ball. And then you zoom out further and you just see the sun. And then you zoom out further, you just see one star among many stars. You keep zooming out further and you just see you just see a sky speckled with stars relatively uniformly, you could say. And then you zoom out and you see a galaxy, and then you zoom out and you see a universe speckled with galaxies with relative order and regularity. And then you go back down a level of a war and you see this human chaos, and then you zoom into a level of one relatively peaceful household within a war-torn area, and you don't perceive chaos. Or you zoom into one broken household in a war-torn area, and you see pain and suffering. And then you zoom in to one moment of time in the family that lives there, and see them operating in their lives as pretty much normal, or enjoying a moment, and perceive a peace in that moment of time, in that space. And then you zoom in further and see a person, and then zoom in further and see their cells, their skin cells, distributed uniformly. What does it mean for disorder to be increasing? Like you have a perfectly organized room. But its quality of being organized versus being disorganized only exists in relation to you, to your mind. It only exists in your own perception. From the perspective of a fly buzzing around your room, it's not gonna look, the fly's not gonna perceive it to be, your room to be like tidy or messy. It's only tidy, the particular arrangement of matter within your room, the qualities of organized or disorganized, tidy or messy, will only exist within your own mind in relation to the material. But does the actual tidiness exist inside your brain? Or the actual messiness exist inside your brain? No, it's not physically inside your brain. We think it's out in the room. But it's not objectively out in the room. It's only in the relation between the two. It's in experience. The tidiness or the messiness exists within experience. Deer. Oh, you probably didn't see it. Order and chaos exist within experience. So the hot cup of coffee cooling off in a room until it reaches the room temperature. And theoretically the room temperature raises just slightly as well due to the heat from coffee entering it. But even heat itself is a concept that is determined by our perception. It's not heat. A measurement of heat is not actually a physically objective characteristic of anything, because what it is a mean. It's an averaging of the rate at which molecules are moving and bouncing off of each other. They're not, if you have a cup of coffee, all of the molecules in there are not moving at exactly the same speed and bouncing off each other at exactly the same rate. But there's an average rate that they are doing that, which we can perceive and measure as heat. And you know how they say all of the laws of physics are perfectly reversible in terms of time. That is to say, in like Newtonian physics, if a thing happens and then you were to sort of like play the world backwards, the thing happening in reverse would still abide by the same laws of physics. But that, this law of increasing entropy seems to defy that, because things seem to go in one direction and not the other. Like, we are born and then we grow and then age, and then our body dies and rots, and it doesn't work in the other direction. Or we never see a plant going into a seed. We see a plant emerging out of a seed, but not the other way around. And that is because of entropy. This of it being directional. But in fact, that directionality is an artifact of our perception, because as we just sort of demonstrated, maybe not super clearly, maybe I might be able to articulate it a little bit more clearly, the fact that entropy itself, the fact that these concepts of order and disorder and even the measure of something like heat energy is in fact a human perception, and not objective in any scientific material sense. So it's another way of saying it is that this directionality of time that seems to only be kind of given weight by entropy, that only exists on the scale, on the sort of human scale, the scale of human perception. How could I say it otherwise? Like, if you zoomed way in to where you just see a small section of molecules inside that cup of coffee, then you're just seeing a few molecules. You couldn't measure heat. Like that would be a meaningless measurement. Like, that only takes on meaning when you get a large enough collection of molecules that the average of their velocity would mean something. But if you're just looking at a few molecules, it would be, it's such an unpredictable, unaverageable activity. And in that sense, entropy would be meaningless. Things like order or disorder would be meaningless. But then, if you zoom back, if you zoom back to human scale, like what we are commonly able to perceive, and what as sort of taking into account things that affect our lives, it's like, whether a cup of coffee is hot or cold has an effect, and for some people a very important effect. It has significance. The average, But then if you zoom out, if you zoom way out again, and you're just looking at the universe, it would seem that things are perfectly reversible. We may even have the reverse of the Big Bang. We may even have this big crunch. It's even been speculated that once the universe reaches this limit of its expansion, and then the total amount of gravity overcomes the expansion energy of the universe, then it stops, and then it starts to come back together due to the force of gravity, making this big crunch. It's even been speculated that after that midway point, that every thermodynamic process every movement of every atom will happen in exactly the reverse order. That is, time will perfectly reverse, and everything will happen in reverse. The leaves will fall up and attach to the trees, and then turn green, and then get smaller and smaller and smaller. The trees themselves will get smaller and smaller and smaller until they shrink and shrink into the seeds. And then those seeds themselves will return to the trees that birthed them. And us humans will, kind of like reintegrate from the soil into wrinkled old bodies, which will then progressively get less wrinkly and smoother, and then smaller and smaller until we're a baby, and then go back into our mother's womb. I don't know how much evidence there is for that, but I do want to say that it seems like, on a scale that's much larger than the human perspective, like a universal scale, it seems again like these notions of entropy are become again meaningless, and the arrow of time becomes meaningless. So that's sort of my explanation of how the linearity of time. Okay, I could actually do a better job, I think. That is my explanation of how entropy is only something created by human consciousness. It's only sort of an emergent phenomenon of human consciousness, and maybe some other animals' consciousness as well. And how very linked with that is the linearity of time. And I will say that I think that the linearity of time is also sort of an emergent phenomenon that only exists in human consciousness, and again maybe some animals' consciousness, but is probably most pronounced in the human consciousness. For sure, humans do have the most sophisticated perception of what we could call deep time, you know. We have very sophisticated abstract concepts of time, of a history going far back, and a future going far into the future, and the what we call that cone of perception, where the closer to our present moment of time, the greater accuracy with which we can recall the recent past or predict the near future. . 。 So why is it that the future seems to have a different quality than the past? They're similar, right? As in, but the difference is, I mean, the past and the future are similar in that they are both mental projections that sit here in the present moment. Here in the present moment, I can mentally project back into memories of the past and reconstruct an idea of the past, and I can project into the future, but with less certainty about what may happen in the future. But the difference there is the degree of accuracy. That, you know, we would say that it seems like the past is evidenced in what is here. You know, we have records of the past and we have memories of the past. Do we have something equivalent for the future? We sort of do, in that we have maybe mental images of the future. We have what we think will happen in the future. We have, you know, people can write predictions of the future, and that's essentially not different from the images that we have of the past, because it's not like we can directly experience the past. We can't. We can only directly experience the present. Just like we can't directly experience the future. But it does seem that with the past, it seems like there's more certainty in those mental images, in those projections that we have. Seems like in the future there's so many contingencies. It could be this way or it could be that, but the past doesn't seem to have these contingencies, even though it's not like we know absolutely everything that happened in the past with complete certainty either. So what accounts for that difference? And by the way, that difference is the only thing that makes us feel like we are moving from the past into the future. The idea that we're moving, this feeling that we are moving from the past into the future, is really a manifestation of the past being more solidly manifest and in reality, and the future being more unknown, more unmanifest. But what accounts for the difference? It is actually this entropy. And that, like, it's like moving, like certain thermodynamic processes, when moving forward in time, have a higher degree of contingencies, you know, certain, like chaos, like certain little things. If one molecule is in a different place than in a slightly different place, then it could actually have larger cascading effects. that create difference. Like one molecule is in one place here, and it causes the dog to turn left and sniff the other dog's butt, where as if one neuron in its brain happens to be in a different place, then the dog will turn right and start chewing up the dead mouse that it found on the ground or whatever, Like you can't use physics to predict where your dog's going to be in the next 5 minutes. But some of those processes in reverse are more predictable. That is, like it's as if like your dog existing where it exists right now, you can kind of extrapolate going backwards in time where it existed before. With a little greater accuracy. Or like for example, you could look at your dog and, depending on its size and stuff, you could estimate its age with reasonable certainty. You could be like, that dog was born 4 years ago, more or less, just based on its present characteristics. But you would have much less certainty about how long it will live into the future, because there are so many more contingencies. Like, it could get hit by a car, it could get cancer, or it could be perfectly healthy and live a long, happy dog life. And so it is just this difference in certainty that gives us the experience of having lived the past, but not yet having lived the future. In actuality, neither the past nor the future exist at all, except as mental structures in the brain. But these mental structures in our brain are able to represent the past with a little bit more certainty than they're able to represent the future. And it's just like, in your experience in the present, which is the present is the only place that experience exists. What manifests as the past is merely the projections that correspond to the more manifested and known components of reality, and the projections of the future correspond to the more unmanifested, unknown, unknowable mysteries of reality. And what is the present moment? The present moment is this nexus, the nexus between the known and the unknown, the manifest and the unmanifest. That's what the present moment is, and it is also what consciousness is. It's what experience is. Experience is not separate from consciousness, is not separate from the present moment. All of which are just different ways of saying that there is this nexus between the manifest and the unmanifest, or the real and the unreal, the known and the unknown, just the real center of the mystery. There has to be something manifest, there has to be form to existence, and there has to be emptiness to existence. One cannot be without the other. They create each other. The past creates the future. The future creates the past. Well, that's not as clear a way of saying it, but consciousness at all, like, why is there consciousness? Why is there experience? Why does it seem like why is there an experience here? And I kind of caught myself saying, why does it seem like there is experience here? And that was interesting, because for a moment I was like, is there actually experience, or is there just what there is? Is there just what there is? And is this thing happening that I could call my experience? There's this thing happening, I could say. There's this experience happening, I could say. But at the same time, it's like I also just feel like something's, like, experience is disappearing. Experience is disappearing and revealing just that there is something. And as much as there is something, there's also nothing. As much as there is something, there's nothingness. And as much as there's nothingness, there's something. As much as there's any form or certainty or solidity of any of reality, there's also the complete opposite of that. Exists in equal measure. And experience, consciousness, that I'm using them interchangeably, or as being the same thing, is merely the nexus of these two, of form and emptiness, of there being something and nothingness, and which manifest in one way in our experience as our conceptions of past and future. And so it seems as if it feels strange to use actually personal language now, but I have to use some kind of language. It seems as if I can experience itself as none other than what is and what isn't. You ever had that thing where after having a cold, your lips are like really chapped? I have to keep putting on lip balm. But my lip balm, because of how cold it is, has become very hard. By which I mean the mean energy with which the molecules of my lip balm are ricocheting off of each other is lower than normal, which makes it slightly more effortful to apply it to my lips in order to remedy the slightly disequilibrious feeling of the dryness and cracking of my lips. A feeling which might have a tendency I might have a slight tendency to kind of constrict experience into this localized body. Same with the cold in general, so that's why we'll keep walking here. And same with all sorts of human maladies and troubles, like conflict and violence and war. Maybe, I think. I don't know. I mean, there's this case where, like, I'm in a position where it's true that I am removed from, I'm at a remove from any intense violence. I don't live in a state that I could get, that I'm afraid of me or my family being killed any day because of war or conflict. Nor am I in any state of worrying about whether I'll have enough food to eat or shelter or anything like that. But But I am, I'm not totally removed from these things. Like they still are in the world, and I feel a certain kind of connection with all of that stuff. I'm not totally separated from all that stuff. I don't feel totally separate from the broad sort of crises of human existence, of questions of existential risk to the human species and all of that. Which would seem to be, a threat to this particular type of consciousness that can perceive and formulate and articulate this type of representation of reality that I'm making up here. But I don't experience that right now as a problem, actually. Like, if I can say that this experience that exists, and I could talk about my experience, I could talk about your experience, but that's moot, because me and you are moot concepts at this point. Just, there's this experience. I mean, here it is. I can say you, I can point out you, hearing these words, seeing this image within your world. But it may be a distraction even to talk about you. It may be we can I'm for the moment, dropping this division of experience. That I know that is the conventional way of thinking, that's the rational way of thinking, but there is a way of thinking that does transcend that form of rationality without actually conflicting with it, but can transcend and envelop and contain rationality. Like, yes, there's a me, and yes, there's a you, but then there's also a greater truth in which there is just experience as a manifestation of what is. As this nexus between the known and the unknown. Experience, because there's constantly this flux of the unknown manifesting into the known, and also the known disappearing into the unknown. Time, experiences flowing, flowing through here. Like this rock, this rock appears solid at this moment, but now there's just a memory of holding the solidity of that rock. And yes, I could go back and find that same rock again, but also, never mind, this isn't as urgent as the tone of my voice would seem to suggest. What was I? I was about to get at something. Oh, time to restart. Oh yeah, I was talking about. I was talking about, you know, human problems. All the various threats to the continuity of our bodily form. All the various factors that might have us unable to be able to identify with anything larger than just our body. Factors that you know would have us identify with only our ethnic group and nothing further. Things like that. Limited, constricted identification. How does all this fit in? Because I can remember times in my life, a lot of times, where I didn't feel able to have this sort of experience. I can remember, you know, feeling upset, feeling threatened, feeling so concerned about my individual self. Feeling sadness, feeling hatred, anger, obsession, all sorts of things that seem to be symptomatic of, like, just identifying with the self that feels at odds with some other component of the world. Here we go, back in my house. Yeah, I was talking about how I was saying at the moment I don't feel a problem with, say for example, the inevitability of my own death. Because while it would be tempting for me to say that the quality of my experience now during this episode of Walking and Talking is special and wonderful and expansive and transcendent, and in some ways it seems as if, like, yes, this particular experience is dependent on all of these conditions of my corporeal existence and the contents of my brain, mind, you know, all my life experience leading up to this point. I could think that way and then be sad that someday I'll be dead and not be able to have this type of experience. But I don't think that's the right way of thinking. Exactly. Because it's like, you know, if this experience is, if experience itself is merely, you know, inseparable from what exists and what doesn't exist, you know, the nexus between the two, then that is something that extends much larger, farther than the confines of my individual lifespan, the limits of this particular body in time and space, I would venture to say. And like thinking about my death, it's like that's the end of, like, it's almost as if, like, at the worst, that's the end of this illusion of locality, which I'm only able to kind of, like, sometimes break through to a sort of limited degree or something in this lifetime. But it's as if this lifetime is this me here, this localized identity it's almost as if it's like a kind of, like, appendage to a grander consciousness that isn't altogether critical or crucial. Is this right? But at the same time, on the other hand, it's here. And it's expressing this experience. And it's relating to you. And you have this corporeal self, and this mental self, and this identity. And we're relating because of our shared experiences of having bodies and our identities and concepts that are shared, the shared components of our experience of reality, which is also quite shaped by our corporeal existence. You know, having a body. What does that mean? It's weird, like that. Like every time I want to say like having a body or being in a body, or like seeming like you are a body or something like that. Like all those things, it sounds weird to say those now. In fact, every word that I say seems as if it's pulling away from the real truth of this experience. And even to say something like this experience seems to pull away from it. How can it be expressed? It's as if any expression of it is merely a distraction from it. In the way that like a wart on your body is like a distraction from your body as a whole. Or it's as if a horse had pictures of horses on its skin. As if a horse was covered. It's as if a horse was wearing an all-over print onesie covered with pictures of horses. That's like what my words are. My words are like the little pictures of the horses on the horse's onesie. And they're just distractions from the real horse. Know what I'm saying? The real horse. It's you can't really, you can't have the whole without the parts. You can't just deny all the specificity and only subside in the universal. It's like trying to have just the tail of the horse. You know what I'm saying? You can't subside only in the, what was I gonna say? In like the supreme, you can't subside only in the divine unity. Without having any of the mundane, specific stuff. It's just like in the same way that I can't express it without the use of a metaphor such as a horse wearing a horse printed onesie. A horse wearing horsey pajamas. You need the horse and the horsey pajamas just as much as you need the divine oneness. Because they are one and the same. They're not two. Oh, my external battery might be running low. That's okay though. The battery runs out early. This is still a pretty decent episode. Let's get out of here. We're at my fave spot. My fave spot where I'm always talking about trippy shit. But we're beyond, we're far beyond any notion of trippy or not trippy. Come on. my fave spot to set you to rest at a Dutch angle while I go take another Wiz Khalifa. All right, let's blow this fascist popsicle stand. What do you say? That's where the autumn olives were. The birds got them. Or are there some left? No, these are the honeysuckle berries. Can't eat those. See what was that? When I was talking about a specific berries, you know, and I was just like, in berries in relation to human use, human consumption, and that was kind of what my experience was. But now my experience is remembering that. It's like, here's the thing. It's like there's a type of experience that is transcendent of linear time, transcendent of individuation, transcendent of identity. In which all of those things are sort of contained but seem, I don't know, they're it's like if you are like experiencing like outside of linear time, then it's like things like problems don't exactly exist in the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really exactly have problems per se. because it's not like, you know, it's not you exactly. It's not you. It's not any aspect of you that can be harmed in any way. It's like a grand you that's not really just you. It's just like, it's just what is. And when it's a what is that exists outside of time, then there isn't really a problem. Like you can see the relativity of problems. But then it's even like death is not a problem in that sense. But, you know, I can still be here and imagine a car flying at me and me being terrified. Or imagine getting a terminal illness. And struggling with that, or the loss of my physical or cognitive abilities, which will happen. I guess my question is that when those things do happen, will there be like a constriction of self? Will I not have the really core? Will I lose a really core freedom? To be able to enter this type of experience. I mean, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Thomas Merton got electrocuted by a lamp or something. I think they said he died with a smile on his face. Shunryu Suzuki had some kind of cancer, some rare form of cancer, and you know, experienced a lot of physical pain towards the end of his life, weakness. And he said, you know, even though I am dying and that I may suffer and struggle, that it's okay. Like even the suffering and struggling, like being a real, you know, just a relative part of experience. Go ahead, you, go ahead and point out my relative privilege and social position and conditions making this brand of pontification possible, and try and debase it that way. But where's that coming from, you know? You can't debase my experience without debasing your own. If that's going to be a means of undermining and rejecting, it means you're also going to have to undermine and reject your own experience. I mean, yeah. It's like, absolutely, yes, of course, every single person's experience is completely contingent on every circumstance of their life, and all of the events of the past leading up to them, which we can talk about in terms of the social and the political, or we can talk about in terms of the thermodynamic and the physical, or we can talk about in terms of like interior subjective experience. All these ways. And so, you know, that's a component of my experience, that's a component of your experience. This experience here contains all of that. Whether you want to try and separate it out and use your cognitive abilities in order to mentally project into my experience and fragment up reality into your experience and my experience. Stop fragmenting it, stop devoting energy into fragmenting it, and just experience this right now. Accept that this is an expression of everything that exists, yes, including social, political conditions, material conditions, and everything else, from scales down to smaller than we can conceive and larger than we can conceive, smaller than subatomic particles and larger than multiverses, and every scale that we can conceive in between are all components of our experience when they appear in our consciousnesses. I find myself needing to ward off some possible fragmented attack based on a sort of postmodern critical theory / identity politics point of view that would try and debase all of this merely because of it being dependent on circumstances while not applying the same logic to the attacker, while not applying the same principles to the foundations of the attacker's argument. Meaning to say, to feel as if you're launching an attack based on the firm ground of relativism. But there's a contradiction in that. And the fact is that there is no firm ground. You reject a component of the outside world. You reject a component of another person, or you reject another person wholesale, and then you reject a component of your own self. If you reject me on the grounds of some perception of me having it easy, then you're rejecting a part of yourself by having some kind of perception of yourself as having things relatively hard. While missing the whole understanding of what creates meaning in life. Anyways, I should just get off it. I should really get off it. I'm off it. We're just friends, you and I. By which I mean we're transcending ourselves by and entering the shared experience between us and realizing that experience is the more real thing, then it's more real than you and I. There's no need for any sort of desire. No need for any aversion. Oh, I wonder how the image stabilization works in that sort of thing. Stabilize this! Try and stabilize this image! Stabilize this. Destabilize your position. Stable. Here's the outside world. There's you. It's clear as day. Destabilized to the point of abstraction. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. I'm not gonna let you see. When I do these things, these walkings and talkings, everything both converges into a unity and manifests into the many and diversity. Everything coming together, but at the same time that togetherness growing into this fecundity of thought. All of it happening at the same time, it seems like. A divine unity and a marvelous kind of divine diversity. Everything that we see, everything that we experience. Being no separate than the divine. And no, it's not some divine God created all of this foul, mundane, earth and all these like us profane, abject humans that can never touch the divine. I'm saying it's all one and the same. Does it take effort to realize? Like, I don't know. Yes and no. I don't know. Yes and no. All it is that you follow truth. You do what you know is good, and you adhere to truth. And from that, the beautiful will come into your life. And I mean like the essence of beauty. I don't mean cut off, kind of solidified kind of beauty of like looking at a pretty picture or some really sparkly new pair of shoes. I mean the essence of beauty shining through everything. You do what you know, what you really know is good. Like really in here. You real good, and not what TV tells you. Not what other jerks around you tell you. Not what a dumb society tells you. And you adhere to the truth, like the only kind of truth that you can really know, and you can only really know it from your innermost experience. Not from listening to anybody else. And if you do that, if you do that, that's the same as remembering and realizing your divinity. You were and always will be divine anyways. But it's easy to forget. It's easy to feel cut off from it. It's real easy to just feel like Abject schlub. Just another profound, another profane, defiled jerk. And sometimes you'll feel that way. Sometimes you'll have an intense experience of being a profane, defiled creep, schlub, jerk, asshole, schmuck, asswipe, crumb bum. But go ahead and have that, go ahead and feel that fully. Go ahead and experience that fully. That experience of being the asshole of the universe. That feeling like you're the absolute worst person that ever existed. That it's like a total mistake that you exist, and then that feeling expands to like, it's like as if it's a total mistake that anything exists at all. But go ahead and experience that fully. Experience it fully. Don't run away from it. Because after it's over, you'll experience the connection again. I swear. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you that it's okay that you exist. I promise you that existence as a whole is I. It's I. It's gonna be I, and it already is I. A-I-G-H-T. I. You just know. Just know that you are this nexus. You are this nexus. You are experience. You are the known and the unknown, constantly manifesting, constantly eating each other's tail. Dig right down into the middle of that mystery, because that's where the core of life is. Right there in that groove. Get comfy in there. Nestle right down. Nestle right down. Do the hard things, do the scary things that you know are right. Because in the doing of those things, you'll be supplied with just enough. Just enough to keep going into goodness and into truth and into beauty. You have enough. You have what you need to live in accordance with truth and good and beauty. And if you do that, you will find what you need in order to keep living in accordance. The specifics are always changing, unpredictable. Whoa, buddy. This buck is just staring right at me and I didn't even know it. It's like a statue. He looks a little concerned. His eyes look worried. He looks afraid. Or possibly just a little weirded out. Like, do you think a deer's life is harder than ours? They lack all the comforts that we have. They don't even get to read books. They just eat a lot of leaves. And they don't have health insurance. their friends could get shot by a hunter at any time. Or hit by a car, or get chronic wasting disease. But still, I'd say they have what they need. To live in accordance. And I certainly don't mean to downplay any of the difficulty of living, all the terrible things that might happen in life, but you know, all the painful things that will happen. But nothing that could ever happen to you can possibly take away your ability to be a good person, to live wisely and truthfully and justly. And that's kind of all you really have control over ultimately. But it's all you need to have control over. Anything else is just excessive. You want more shit? You want more status? You want more power? It's all gonna cost you. Because if you're going against living in accordance and harmony with other people, beings, and reality as a whole, and that kind of grasping shit, that's what it is. That kind of grasping is like fragmenting reality and taking a thing while forgetting about the divine unity of everything, and forgetting and missing the divinity that shines through everything around you. No need to possess more and more shit. No need to exert more and more power over people. Because, you know, this way of relating that's in competition, you don't have to, that doesn't have to be your prime directive. But this is probably preaching to the choir. I'm sure you're probably agree with this already. And you're like, I know, Ben. I'm not the sort of greedy, power-hungry person that you seem to be decrying. And it's true. I know you're a good person. And so here is a little encouragement to be even better. You know, that notch, that mystery, dig in even further. Take it to the extreme. I just mean, like, take the goodness and the truth to the extreme if you want. It's okay to be an extremely good person. You don't even have to let anyone else know. No one has to know. No one has to know. You can dig really deep, right into the crevice of the mystery of who you are. And you can be an extremely good and truthful and integrous. Is that a word? Integrity having person? What's the adjective form of integrity having? You can do that, and you don't have to announce it to anybody. You don't even have to let anybody else onto it. Because already you'll be accessing the divine that connects you with everything else. You will already be in possession of all the goodness that one would think they could get from receiving praise and accolades and rewards in the physical realm. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever be motivated by earthly reward. Whether you get a Golden Globe is irrelevant. That's just like a surface thing. It's like that's just little static on the surface. That's like little warts on reality. It's like Golden Globe Awards, Nobel Prizes, Employee of the Month placard, Employee of the Month parking space. Those are just little bumps, little warts on the body, but you can be connected to the real body, the big body. And you know that you are already, and so is everybody else. But we forget. Just keep remembering. Keep remembering. Over and over. Every moment. Right now, just remember. Just remember who you are. Just remember who you are and don't tell anybody else. I'm cozy in here. I'm cozy in here inside the screen. Your gaze warms me. The heat that your eyes send out warms me. Your ears quench my thirst. It's like there's water streaming out of your ears into my mouth. And every time that I say words, it's not really that words are entering your ears. It's more that the water that's seeping out of your ears is going into my mouth. Through the screen, through the speakers, through the headphones. It's nice here living in two-dimensional space. It's not so complicated. (2D) space combined or confined by a rectangle. 1080p, 1080 pixels. There's only 30 frames of reality every second. 30 frames of time every second. It's simpler this way. It's cozy with the bounded reality. (1080p). Border of the frame. Visual field delineated. Outside of that, outside of this rectangle, the fierce and ferocious world of the libidinally stimulating media and advertising. Out to grab your attention, to make you feel warm and fuzzy for a few minutes, to make you come back for more, and expose you to some more advertising. And to stimulate your desire for more. sexier, get more attractive, get smarter, get more spiritually awakened, get more acculturated. We have it all here on YouTube. We have everything you want. Just keep watching. Keep watching. We'll make it easier for you. We'll autoplay the next video. We'll autoplay the next video so you don't have to choose. We'll pick for you. We'll pick something for you. Recommended for you. Up next. Up next. Walking and talking number. I don't know. Sitting and smiling number 5. Up next. Up next. Up next, Jordan Peterson. How to become an alpha male. Up next, Something Funny by J.P. Sears. Up next. Wiz Khalifa. Up next. Last week I asked you. Up next. Do you use AdBlock Plus? I do. Did you know that when this is live or premiered and there's a live chat, that if you pay for the super chats to get your chat message highlighted so that you can obtain the upper hand in the chat, make your voice more heard, that I get a little bit of money every time you do that. A little bit. Whoa, that's a nice one. I feel the coldness of the outside world creeping in. Creeping in. I feel the coldness. I feel the coldness of the digital advertising economy creeping in. Creeping into my rectangle. Stay out of my rectangle. Stay in your own rectangles. I gotta generate enough heat in here to keep this energy flowing out of my rectangle and prevent any backwash coldness from seeping in. If I'm not insulated enough, I just gotta keep generating heat. Keep this rectangle warm. Warmth. I want you to feel the heat. I want you to feel the warmth. I want you to feel the electromagnetic radiation. But not just electromagnetic. I want you to feel a different kind of radiation. You know what I'm talking about. It's a good kind of radiation. It's not the poisonous kind. It's not the poisonous kind. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. Hey. You can just foster your own little nuclear reactor in here. You don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to have the government in here regulating your nuclear reactor. Just keep it secret. And just let it out. Let it out. Let the radiation out. Noise. Noise. Keeping it hot, keeping it nice and toasty in this rectangle. Spooky. Are we just back in conventional reality? Did we go anywhere? Did we experience something special? I don't think that's exactly the right way to think about it. I'm just doing my job. Get a load of these fat Aronians. Am I just kind of like, I don't know what to say. Anything that I might say that might seem to make some sense feels like a compromise now. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I can say anything else. It all seems so compromised. Now, But it's nice to be here. It's nice to be here. In the little rectangle. In Flatland. It's nice to be doing my job. Hey, why don't you come in here with me? How's that? You feel warmer now? It must have been cold out there. Come in here. Come in the rectangle. Enter the screen. It's fun. It's like here. It's like here you can just play with reality. Reality is my friend here. Even when I get out, even when I leave the rectangle, I'll still feel happy. But then if I stay around too long, I'll start to get cold. I need my rectangle time. Because it gets me out of linear time. It gets come back in here. It's warm in here. It's cozy. But it's not just cozy. We got a direct route. To the existential fusion generator, or whatever the heck it is. Whatever the heck it is that allows us to be happy. We got a direct route. We got a direct connection to it here. We don't need no middleman. Except me, your internet friend. Without me, where would you be? How could you live without me? Imagine your life without walking and talking. It'd be a cold, cold world, wouldn't it? It'd be fine. It'd be fine. You'd find some other. Maybe you would be the walker and the talker. You should do it anyways. You should try this. It's pretty fun. I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be quite as fun for you as it is for me. I don't know. Probably, though, there's some kind of essence that this lets you connect to. But that essence might have a different expression in you. Don't imitate, Don't imitate, just see how this is an expression of something in you, something important that's in you, or that, or more accurate, maybe that you are in, that I'm in a thing that you're also in. This is how I connect to it. How do you connect to it? Is there a note of positivity? Where? I want to go this way. I'm not ready to go home. Here I am. Am I out of sorts? Is my attention span jumping every 3 seconds? Like a car radio on scan? Do I have to pay attention now? Do I have to pay attention to be to see the divinity in things? It feels like I have to pay attention now. Like before, it was all just jumping out at me, and now I have to pay attention. But that's okay. Because it'll exercise that part of myself. It'll exercise that part of myself. Is my heat dissipating? Is my spiritual heat dissipating until it reaches equilibrium with the outside world? Is it dissipating out of my rectangle? Is it radiating out of my rectangle? Am I still connected to the source? That's okay if it reaches equilibrium. Take the pajamas off the horse, you know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is horses don't need pajamas. You know what I'm talking about if you didn't skip ahead to this point. If you skipped ahead to this point, that won't make a lick of sense. Or will it? What is it with this place? What is it? What's with this place? Something strange about this place. What a YouTube video this is. This is such a YouTube video. Imagine your life without this video. I'm dissipated. I'm disseminated. For now. What is it with this environment? I feel aware of I feel suspicious.